Cek, cek, cek. Cek. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we may have your attention, please. We are about to start our event. As our warmest greeting, we will present the dance performance from Universitas Lampung. Please enjoy. Welcome to the third Universitas Lampung International Conference on Social Sciences 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Tabi pun. The Honorable Head of Senate Universitas Lampung, Profesor Dr. La Zakaria. The Honorable, the Representative of the Rector of Universitas Lampung, Profesor Dr. Yulianto, MSI. The Honorable Profesor Dr. Asep Sukoh, the Vice Rector for General Administration and Finance Affairs. The Honorable Professor Suharso, PhD, the Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation, and Information and Communication Technology Affairs. Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Medicine, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, and Faculty of Law, Universitas Lampung. Director of Postgraduate Program, Universitas Lampung. Head of the Institute for Research and Community Services of Universitas Lampung, or the representative. Head of the Institute for Educational Development and Quality Assurance of Universitas Lampung, or the representative. Distinguished guests, and welcome to the keynote speakers, Professor Miroslav Mares, PhD, from Masaryk University, Czech Republic. Professor Beno Sapo, from University of Szeged, Hungary. Professor Yuka Kaneko, from Kobe University, Japan. Rudy SH LLM LLD, from Universitas Lampung, Indonesia. And all of the participants of the third Universitas Lampung International Conference on Social Sciences 2022. On this special occasion, let's begin this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing and mercy, we can gather together without any obstacle here with healthy condition in the third Universitas Lampung International Conference on Social Sciences 2022. Next is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia Raya.
Sukohar, Wakil Rektor Bidang Administrasi Umum dan Keuangan, yang terhormat Profesor Suharso, PSD, Wakil Rektor Bidang Perencanaan, Kerjasama dan Teknologi Informasi dan Komunikasi, yang mungkin hari ini hadir melalui Zoom meeting. Tamu undangan yang saya hormati, Bapak Kepala Bangda Provinsi Lampung, terima kasih Pak sudah hadir. Rektor atau yang mewakili dari UIN dan Universitas Malahayati yang sudah mewakili. Bapak Ibu Dekan atau yang mewakili dari Fakultas FKIP, FISIP, Fakultas Hukum, dan Fakultas Teknik, serta Direktur Pasar Sarjana Universitas Lampung atau yang mewakili, LP3M atau yang mewakili, seluruh keluarga besar LP2M, dan seluruh panitia ULICoSS 2022, serta peserta seminar yang hadir secara online maupun secara offline. Dan yang terpenting, para keynote speaker yang saya hormati, Profesor Beno Sapo dari Universitas Czech Hungaria, Profesor Miroslav Ngare dari Universitas Masaryk Republik Ceko, Profesor Yuka Kaneko LLM LLD dari Universitas Kobe Jepang, Rudi SH LMD LLD dari Universitas Lampung Indonesia. Hadirin yang berbahagia, atas nama Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Universitas Lampung, saya ingin menyampaikan ucapan selamat yang tulus kepada semua peserta dalam ULICoSS ketiga tahun 2022 ini. Kegiatan International Conference hari ini adalah kegiatan tahunan dan merupakan tahun ketiga bagi kami dalam penyelenggarakan conference hari ini. Terlepas dari kenyataan bahwa warga dunia juga dihadapkan dengan pandemi COVID-19 dan masih terus mengancam kesehatan kita dan kondisi yang tidak memungkinkan semua hadir di tempat ini, maka kegiatan ini diselenggarakan secara offline dan online. Sebagai akademisi dan peneliti serta mahasiswa yang tidak boleh berhenti mempromosikan dan menyebarluaskan hasil penelitian kita kepada masyarakat ilmiah secara nasional maupun secara internasional, baik melalui conference maupun publikasi di jurnal atau di proceeding. Ini adalah salah satu bentuk kontribusi kita untuk membangun masyarakat dan kemanusiaan. Hadirin yang berbahagia, dalam konferensi internasional ULICoSS tahun 2022 ini, kami menerima total 174 abstrak, di mana 104 naskah yang lengkap atau full paper yang telah dikirim oleh para penulis dari berbagai macam negara, termasuk dari Kroasia, Malaysia, dan dari Indonesia sendiri. Kami mengundang 4 narasumber utama dari Hongaria, Republik Ceko, Jepang, dan dari Indonesia, untuk berbagi pengetahuan dan terobosan dengan fokus pada penyesuaian sosial dan ketahanan global sebagai tema dari ULICoSS tahun 2022 ini. Selain itu, kami juga akan membantu para penyaji atau penulis dalam mempublikasikan naskah lengkap dalam proceeding yang terindeks oleh Web of Science atau Scopus dengan tentu mengikuti syarat dan ketentuan yang telah ditetapkan. Sekedar informasi, kami juga akan mengumumkan penyaji atau presenter terbaik pada konferensi internasional ini setelah sesi paralel berakhir. Oleh karena itu, kami mengharapkan Bapak Ibu semua yang dapat memberikan penampilan terbaik pada sesi Anda pada hari ini dan esok. Akhir kata, kami berharap para penyaji, peserta, dan masyarakat umum dapat mengambil manfaat dari acara ini. Kami berharap Bapak Ibu memperoleh manfaat melalui konferensi ini dan kami sangat menanti publikasi temuan penelitian Bapak Ibu selanjutnya. Terima kasih sudah berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan ULICoSS 2022. Kami meminta kepada Bapak Rektor Udila dalam hal ini diwakili oleh Bapak Wakil Rektor 3 untuk membuka acara International Conference pada hari ini. Pada para peserta dan undangan, kami mengucapkan selamat mengikuti acara ini sampai dengan esok hari, di mana acara ini akan diselenggarakan selama 2 hari. Saya akhiri, wabillahi hidayah, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Next, we would like to invite the rector or the representative of Universitas Lampung to deliver his welcoming speech and officially open the third Universitas Lampung International Conference on Social Sciences, ULICoSS, and Universitas Lampung International Conference on Science, Technology, and Environment, ULICoSS 2022. To Professor Dr. Yulianto, MSI, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Tabib pun, mungkin yang di luar sana bahwa sebagai informasi, sapaan tabib pun merupakan khas Provinsi Lampung yang artinya izinkan saya berbicara. Dan dijawab, iya pun. Mohon maaf, ini ada agak batuk. Yang saya hormati, Ketua Senat Universitas Lampung, Bapak Profesor Dr. Lazakaria. Yang saya hormati dan saya hargai sebagai sahabat, yaitu Kepala Balitbangda Provinsi Lampung, Bapak Dr. Chan Amartoni Hadis. Yang saya hormati para rektor universitas atau yang mewakili, ada dari UIN, dari Universitas Bandar Lampung, Universitas Malahayati. Yang saya hormati Ketua Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Ibu Profesor Dr. Lus Miliana Apriani, sekaligus sebagai penyelenggara konferensi. Yang saya hormati para Ketua Pusat Penelitian di lingkungan LP2M. Yang saya hormati para dekan di lingkungan Universitas Lampung, Direktur Program Pascasarjana atau yang mewakili, Ketua Lembaga Pengembangan Pembelajaran dan Penjaminan Mutu, UNILA atau yang mewakili. Para keynote speaker yang saya hormati, ada Profesor Beno Sapo dari Universitas Sziget, Hongaria, Profesor Jude PhD Dr. Miroslav Fer dari Universitas Masaryk, Republik Ceko, Profesor Yuka Kaneko, LMM, LLD dari Universitas Kobe, Jepang, Rudi SH, LLM, LLD dari Universitas Lampung, dan para undangan yang berbahagia. Hari ini saya sangat senang sekali menyambut hadirin dalam hari ini untuk mengikuti dua konferensi internasional, yaitu pertama Universitas Lampung International Conference of Social Science atau ULICoSS 2022, dan yang kedua Universitas Lampung International Conference of Science, Technology and Environmental atau ULICoSS 2022 yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Lampung. Terima kasih telah bergabung dengan dua konferensi internasional. Ucapan terima kasih saya sampaikan kepada para panitia penyelenggara konferensi, khususnya ketua dan wakil ketua pelaksana, dan semua anggotanya yang telah bekerja tanpa lelah untuk memastikan keberhasilan konferensi ini dari hari ke hari. Izinkanlah saya juga mengungkapkan kegembiraan saya begitu banyak peserta dan minat yang tinggi untuk mengikuti kedua acara yang penting tersebut. Hadirin yang berbahagia, kita melihat tema konferensi internasional ULICoSS 2022 adalah Social Adjustment for Global Resilience. Ini adalah tema yang sangat penting. Kita menyadari bahwa pandemi COVID-19 telah memberikan dampak yang besar pada dunia, di mana sebagian besar artikel publikasi hingga saat ini berfokus pada efek virus yang merugikan kesehatan. Dengan demikian, penyesuaian sosial diperlukan untuk ketahanan agar dapat beradaptasi dan berubah dalam menghadapi kesulitan. Dengan kata lain, ketahanan global saat ini sangat bergantung pada penyesuaian sosial yang meliputi perilaku dan keterampilan unik yang digunakan individu untuk memecahkan masalah sehari-hari dan menyesuaikan diri dengan keadaan yang berubah. Oleh karena itu, Konferensi Internasional ULICoSS 2022 yang menghadirkan 4 pembicara utama dari Hungaria, Republik Ceko, Jepang, dan Indonesia ini dimaksudkan sebagai forum diseminasi alternatif spesifik dan terobosan yang signifikan dalam penyesuaian sosial yang cepat untuk ketahanan global, yang menekankan diantaranya pada masyarakat global, kesejahteraan, dan pembangunan sosial, serta komunikasi inovatif. Oleh karena itu, dalam acara ini, para akademisi, para peneliti, pakar, praktisi, dan mahasiswa diharapkan dapat berbagi perspektif, pengalaman, dan temuan penelitian mereka untuk mendapatkan pemahaman dan wawasan lanjutan yang menawarkan solusi untuk ketahanan global. Hadirin yang saya hormati, marilah kita sekarang melihat tema ULICoSS 2022, konferensi internasional kedua yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Lampung, yang temanya adalah Environmental Issues and Sustainability in Digital Age. Saya percaya bahwa saat ini masalah lingkungan telah menjadi titik fokus perhatian global, sebagaimana dinyatakan secara luas literatur, mulai dari kemajuan teknologi hingga masalah lingkungan yang tak terhitung jumlahnya. Dengan kata lain, jelas pada titik ini bahwa isu-isu lingkungan kini dipengaruhi oleh pesatnya pertumbuhan teknologi digital yang berdampak signifikan terhadap lingkungan. Oleh karena itu, Konferensi Internasional ULICoSS 2022 yang menghadirkan 4 keynote speaker dari Prancis, Hungaria, Thailand, dan Indonesia ini bertujuan untuk mempertemukan para ilmuwan, cendekiawan, peneliti, dan praktisi dari seluruh dunia untuk mendorong kolaborasi dan pertukaran ide dan pengetahuan teoritis dan praktis tentang masalah lingkungan yang paling mendesak dan berkelanjutan di era digital, dengan penekanan khusus pada pembangunan berkelanjutan, ilmu lingkungan, penginderaan jauh, dan sistem informasi geografis, ilmu alam, perubahan iklim, energi terbarukan, serta desain dan pengembangan teknologi. Oleh karena itu, mohon manfaatkanlah 2 konferensi internasional ini agar kita benar-benar dapat terhubung satu sama lain untuk berbagi pengalaman serta menghasilkan ide-ide untuk masyarakat yang lebih baik di masa depan. Akhirnya, dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya menyatakan bahwa pertama, Universitas Lampung International Conference on Social Science atau ULICoSS 2022 dan 2, Universitas Lampung International Conference on Science, Technology, and Environment atau ULICoSS 2022 resmi dibuka. Saya harap para hadirin akan manfaatkan debat akademis dan network di dua acara ini dengan menyenangkan. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Yulianto, MSI, for the speech. Now we would like to invite the head of Senate Universitas Lampung, vice rectors, the head of Institute for Research and Community Services, and all of the deans to come to the stage for accompanying the rector or the representative of Universitas Lampung for opening these events. Professor Dr. Yulianto, MSI, Head of Senate, Vice Rectors, the Head of Institute for Research and Community Services, and all of the deans. To Professor Dr. Yulianto, MSI, Head of Senate, Vice Rectors, the Head of Institute for Research and Community Services, and all of the deans, you may have a seat. To express our gratitude to the Almighty God, I would like to invite Mr. Muhisom MPD to lead our prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ayuhal hadirul kiram, hayya bina natu ilallah, asa antakuna baru'a majal yaum siran jamilah. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan ni'amahu wa yukafiru mazidah. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلالك وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما، ولا تجعل اللهم فينا ولا معنا ولا من يتبعنا شقيا ولا مطرودا ولا محروما. اللهم نور قلوبنا بنور علمك وبنور هدايتك كما نورت أرضي برشمسك برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم افتح علينا فتوح العارفين وارزقنا فهم النبيين وإلهام الملائكة المقربين. اللهم ادفع عنا الغلاء والوباء والفحشاء والمنكر والسيوف المختلفة والشدى والمحن ما ظهر منها وما بطن من بلدنا هذا إندونيسيا خاصة ومن بلدان المسلمين عامة إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم اجعل بلدنا هذا إندونيسيا آمنة مطمئنة بلدات طيبة ورب غفور برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعل تلاميذ وتلاميذنا في Universitas Lampung من الأهل العلم وأهل الخير ولا تجعل من أهل الشهر وأهل الضير. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب. سبحانك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Muhisom, MPD. Finally, we come to the end of this opening ceremony. To close this event, let's recite Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. To all vice rectors and invited guests who have other agendas, you may leave the room. We inform to all the participants to remain in this meeting room. We are about to proceed to the keynote session. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all the participants, we will continue this event at 10:30 Jakarta time. And now we are going to have coffee break for 15 minutes.
LPPM Unila dirintis sejak tahun 1977. Pada mulanya, LPPM ini terdiri dari dua lembaga, yaitu Lemlit, Lembaga Penelitian, dan LPM, Lembaga Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat. Pada tahun 2015, Melalui surat keputusan Rektor Universitas Lampung, kedua lembaga ini digabungkan menjadi satu dengan nama LPPM Unila. Dengan semangat penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, LPPM Unila memiliki visi menjadi lembaga yang terkenal di tingkat nasional dan internasional untuk penelitian dan penerapan ilmu pengetahuan teknologi dan seni.
LPPM adalah lembaga penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat Universitas Lampung, yang mana dalam melaksanakan tugas kesehariannya yaitu melakukan kegiatan dan mendorong semua kegiatan yang merujuk kepada Dharma perguruan tinggi. LPPM memiliki tanggung jawab dalam menghasilkan produk penelitian, pengabdian, dan serta mengadakan beberapa event seperti seminar nasional dan seminar internasional, serta beberapa publikasi ilmiah, dan membantu juga kegiatan dosen dalam penulisan artikel ilmiah dan pendanaan untuk buku referensi, monograf, dan book chapter. Saat ini, LPPM memiliki 9 puslit dan 3 sentra. Puslit dan sentra tersebut mensupport visi misi LPPM dan visi misi Universitas Lampung, yaitu menjadi 10 terbesar di tahun 2020.
LPPM Unila memiliki tugas pokok dan fungsi meliputi penelitian ilmiah murni dan terapan.
Puslit Pesisir Kelautan dan LPPM Unila memiliki fungsi melakukan penelitian pada aspek sosial ekonomi masyarakat pesisir, produksi, pengolahan hasil perikanan, dan lingkungan wilayah pesisir. Selain itu, melakukan diseminasi hasil penelitian sebagai upaya meningkatkan kepedulian dan partisipasi masyarakat dalam pemanfaatan sumber daya pesisir, kelautan, dan perikanan.
Puslit ini mempunyai fungsi melakukan kajian-kajian akademik terkait gender, anak, dan perempuan.
Puslit ini bertujuan untuk membangun wilayah-wilayah perdesaan dengan bekerja sama dengan stakeholder terkait dalam upaya untuk mendukung kampus merdeka.
Puslit Budaya Lampung melakukan berbagai penelitian dan pengabdian serta kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk tetap melestarikan dan menjaga seni dan budaya masyarakat Lampung.
Kami hadir sebagai wadah yang diberikan perguruan tinggi untuk memberikan kontribusi positif baik di bidang bencana, lingkungan, dan sumber daya alam di Provinsi Lampung pada khususnya dan nasional pada umumnya.
Selain itu, LPPM Unila juga memiliki tugas pokok dan fungsi meliputi kepelaksanaan pengabdian kepada masyarakat.
Sentra Inkubator Bisnis dan Inovasi bertugas mengintegrasikan hasil inovasi dari kalangan akademisi, pengusaha maupun masyarakat agar dapat dikembangkan menjadi unit bisnis yang berdaya saing.
Sentra kami memiliki tugas dalam rangka pembinaan terhadap jurnal-jurnal ilmiah yang diterbitkan di lingkungan Universitas Lampung serta peningkatan kualitas dan kuantitas publikasi ilmiah yang dihasilkan oleh para dosen di Universitas Lampung sebagai luaran dari penelitian yang diselenggarakan selama ini.
Dengan dukungan sumber daya manusia dari berbagai bidang ilmu di lingkungan Universitas Lampung, LPPM Unila merencanakan, melaksanakan, mengendalikan, dan mengevaluasi penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat untuk meningkatkan mutu pendidikan dan kesejahteraan masyarakat. LPPM Unila juga dilengkapi berbagai sarana fasilitas penunjang, antara lain ruang kantor, ruang sidang, dan seminar. Perpustakaan, pusat data, ruang pusat penelitian dan pengembangan yang lengkap dengan berbagai fasilitas kantor. LPPM Unila juga telah melakukan berbagai kerjasama dengan beberapa pihak, mulai dari pemerintah pusat, pemerintah daerah, dan stakeholder, baik di tingkat daerah nasional maupun internasional.
Melalui LP2M, Universitas Lampung diharapkan dapat menaikkan reputasinya di bidang publikasi, karena untuk saat ini publikasi itu menjadi tren dan sangat dibutuhkan oleh para akademisi.
Secara pribadi dan sebagai tim pengelola jurnal, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada LPPM yang telah mendukung jurnal di tingkat universitas dan juga jurusan, karena telah membantu pendanaan dan juga hal lain yang berkait kemajuan jurnal.
Kami mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada LPPM karena jurnal kami telah mendapatkan bantuan 2 tahun berturut-turut.
Pengabdian dan penelitian sudah memberikan sebuah keselarasan antara penelitian dan pengabdian. Mudah-mudahan LPPM ke depan lebih baik di Unila maupun go nasional maupun internasional.
Saat ini dosen-dosen luar biasa mendapatkan dukungan yang luar biasa, terutama misalnya saya termasuk pengelola jurnal dan chief editor sebuah jurnal Sinta 2 memperoleh bantuan yang luar biasa dari LP2M.
Menjawab beberapa tantangan ke depan seperti revolusi industri 4.0, tantangan global, dan tantangan kita di era pandemi COVID ini.
Jumlah publikasi baik nasional atau internasional akan lebih banyak lagi, sehingga akan meningkatkan ranking Unila di klasterisasi nasional dan internasional.
Harapan saya ke depan, mudah-mudahan LP2M Universitas Lampung lebih mengajak para mahasiswa di Unila untuk berkolaborasi dalam penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat yang dilakukan oleh dosen-dosen di lingkungan Universitas Lampung.
Harapan kita tentu sangat berharap lebih besar kepada LP2M ini untuk ikut serta mendorong teman-teman dosen ataupun sivitas akademika untuk lebih menghasilkan karya
km persegi, Bandar Lampung merupakan salah satu kota terpadat di Pulau Sumatera, serta termasuk salah satu kota besar di Kota Madia.
Dimohon to all the participants, please fill in the empty seat in the front side of this ballroom. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the first keynote session. Our keynote session is led by Mr. Arif Darmawan, SEMA. He is a lecturer in the Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Lampung. He graduated from Marmara University in Istanbul, Turkey. Before joining Universitas Lampung as a lecturer, he has prominent experiences such as consultant at the Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas. Arif Darmawan speaks both English and Turkish fluently. Please welcome Mr. Arif Darmawan, SEMA.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please receive the warmest greeting from the Lampung province. Tabik pun. Thank you so much for all the participants who are joined for the first session in the third Universitas Lampung International Conference on Social Science, ULICoSS 2022. This year, ULICoSS will get the theme about the social adjustment for global resilience, and this event held by LPPM Unila. And for the morning session, we have two keynote speakers. The first one is Professor Beno Sapo from University of Szeged, Hungary, and for the second is Professor Yudef Miroslav Mares from Masaryk University. So before we start our first session, I would like to introduce and give a curriculum vitae of Professor Beno Sapo. Professor Beno Sapo is a professor of education at the University of Szeged, the head of the doctoral schools of education, the research group on the development competencies Hungarian Academy of Sciences, and the Center for Research on Learning and Instruction he founded in 2003. He was a Humboldt Research Fellow at the University of Bremen and the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, Stanford, California. So he is a member of several international research associations, and he was twice an elected member of the Executive Committee of the European Association for Research on Learning and Instruction. He received the Prima Primissima Award in 2015 and was awarded with the title of the Honorary Citizen of Szeged in 2016 and Honorary Citizen of Snezal in 2017. In 2019, he received Doctor Honoris Causa degree from the University of Helsinki in Finland. So for the first session, we have 45 minutes for the speaker who can deliver the presentation. And after the end of the presentation, there will be question and answer session for the participant who want to give an answer or give a feedback and questions to the speaker. So Professor Beno, is that in the room right now? Good morning, Professor Beno.
Hello, yes, I think I am here.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, it's nice to have you in this event. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Beno Sapo from University of Szeged, Hungary. Please, time is yours.
Yes, thank you. Give me just a few seconds to share my slides. I hope you see what is supposed to be seen. Could you give me just a feedback if you see my opening slide? Do you see it? Excuse me, do you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers to invite me for this conference. I'm really pleased and honored to give you this talk. I'm going to talk about the e-DIA online assessment system, what we have developed at the University of Szeged, about its theoretical foundation and about its utilization in educational practice and in educational research. So first, about the theoretical foundation, I will introduce how we developed a framework, what were the theoretical foundations of this work, what kind of research we did in a few decades ago, and how we concluded from the results of that research to the framework development. And then I will introduce you the EDIA online diagnostic assessment system. I describe it, I introduce how we developed it and how it works in education practice. We then began to use it for personalized instruction so that they deliver personalized teaching, personalized learning opportunities to the students. I will talk to you about this. And then I will show you how this diagnostic system can be used as a research instrument. Finally, I conclude my presentation. So when we develop an assessment system, the first question is what to measure. And when we decided what to measure this assessment system, we used the experiences of the former research. As for the former research, I have to mention that in the 1970s and 1980s, Hungarian students, according to the first international assessments, were among the best students in mathematics and science in the world. So that was one side of the coin. But on the other hand, we have seen also that our students were not able to apply in practical context what they mastered at school. Also, we concluded from our research that even if our students were quite good at biology and chemistry and physics and mathematics, their reasoning skills, their cognitive competencies did not develop as well as we had expected it. So when we carried out research projects in the structure and organization and representation of knowledge between 1995 and 2002, we developed a kind of a three-dimensional model about the students' knowledge. So in this three-dimensional model, on the one hand, we identified that the knowledge what students mastered at school mostly represented the structure of the disciplines. So the students mastered physics, chemistry, mathematics as they are represented in the textbook. This knowledge was automatically transferable to everyday situations or to other situations. Transfer is not automatic, so we have to train students to know how to use the knowledge, what they learn, what they master, at school context. Therefore, we also have to measure if students are able to apply in other situations what they master in educational school context. So that was the second dimension. The first one is the disciplinary dimension, the knowledge what is represented in curricula and textbook and what students are mastering at school. So we can measure immediately after they learn something if they can repeat it, if they can recall that knowledge. But applying it, it's a kind of a different dimension, but we have to train for our students. And there is the third issue. If school develop students' reasoning skills in the modern age, of course, that's an expectation. Schools should develop students' reasoning skills, a number of reasoning skills, what we have identified. And so we developed instruments for assessing students' reasoning skills, number of reasoning skills, operational reasonings, like logical reasoning, combinatorial reasoning, probabilistic reasoning, correlation reasoning, a number of these, and some aspects of higher order thinking skills like inductive reasoning, deductive reasoning, creativity, and so. So these were the results of the research. I've indicated here some publications resulted from this phase of knowledge. Of course, you can find these papers and chapters on the internet, and you can download if you are interested in details. So that was the background. That was the foundation, the research foundation of our developing an assessment framework. On the other hand, we also took into account the tendencies of international framework developments. So when we decided that we develop an assessment system for the first 6 years of primary school in Hungary, in reading, mathematics, and science, we also studied similar frameworks of international assessment programs. There are 2 large, well-known international assessment programs. Actually, TIMSS, which was the abbreviation, the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study. It started earlier than PISA. The IEA assessments started in the 1970s, and they also developed assessment frameworks. Before these large international organizations began a cycle of assessment, they provide the audience with their assessment frameworks. Experts of the domains create a framework what precisely describe the content of assessment. So TIMSS publishes the assessment framework well before the actual assessment. It's the same in PISA. I'll just cite 2 exams. So this, what you see on the picture is from PISA 2009. This is the assessment framework, but of course, for every assessment cycle, you can find a framework. So also for the last one that took place in 2018, and also you will find newer frameworks for the teams. So these were the models of how a framework looks like. And we, for our diagnostic assessment system, developed similar frameworks, very detailed frameworks. So the PISA basically measure 1 dimension, what we define. This is the application. These well-known PISA tests measure if students are able to apply the knowledge what they mastered at school in practical real-life situations. TIMSS has a little bit more sophisticated framework that it may measure the content knowledge in mathematics and science, but they also have some tasks that are specialized on reasoning or on application. And our diagnostic assessment system, which is based on this three-dimensional framework, also has a content dimension, a reasoning dimension, and application dimension. Based on these ideas, we developed the framework for the three domains. For reading, you have see it this dark red volume, and for mathematics, this is the blue one, and for science, this is the green one. We have invited international experts to develop the frameworks. So each dimension in each domain were represented in this book. Because we have invited international experts, these frameworks were primarily developed in English and published in English, and these are the books what we published in English. You may download these volumes both in Hungarian and English from the website of this diagnostic system. And since then, there are many places on the internet from where these books are downloadable. These are quite big, bulky volumes, about 300 pages each, which describes the theoretical background of the assessed dimension, and also these volumes give some exams from the tasks. For example, here is the reading book on the reading volume, and both volume had a co-editor. The co-editor came from the expertise from the discipline what we measure. For example, Valeria Csepe is a well-known researcher on reading, and as you see, there are three main parts of this book. One measures the psychological dimension, and the other one is the literacy dimension, and the third one is the disciplinary dimension. Actually, we use some different synonyms for naming the different dimensions. Sometimes we refer the first one as thinking dimension or psychological dimension. The second one is application dimension or literacy dimension, and third one is the content dimension or discipline dimension. So the first one, the psychological dimension, measures how the psychological aspects of reading is developing, and we measure these. And in literacy, if students are able to apply the knowledge what they mastered at school. And the third one, the discipline, measure exactly what are in the curricula and in the textbook. The three books has similar or identical structure, I may say. Mathematics has the same structure. The co-editor, Maria Sandrei, is a research mathematician, and the reasoning dimension was developed with the contribution of Terezinha Nunes, a well-known researcher from the University of Oxford, the literacy dimension from Lieven Verschaffel from Belgium, and the discipline dimension was developed by a Hungarian mathematician or researchers of mathematics education. A similar structure in science, co-editor from physics and from research scientists was the contributor Gábor Szabó, and Philip Edy was who contributed to develop the reasoning dimension of the framework on science. So we have published these three volumes, first in English, and then we translated it into Hungarian. And these books were used as training materials for the item writers. The item writers are specialists who actually develop the test tasks. We trained about 300 item writers. Many of them were practicing teachers, and we trained them to create items. We taught them some test theory and some assessment theory. And also we trained them how to use the platform, the online platform, and they then began to create assessment items, tasks. They entered these directly into the assessment system. Then we began to use these tasks and empirically validate if these 3 dimensions really exist. We published some papers also out of this validation process. So this is the theoretical foundation part of the diagnostic assessment system. Let me sum up. We have 3 main domains: reading, mathematics, and science. And for each domain, we have 3 dimensions. The first one is the psychological dimension, which measures how the given domain contribute to the psychological development of the related issues like scientific reasoning, mathematical reasoning, or psychological components of reading. So that's one dimension. The second one, if students can apply what they have learned, this is the application dimension or literacy dimension. And the third one is the disciplinary dimension, measures if students can replicate, if they can show that they really mastered what is given in the textbook or in the curricula. And here are the publications. We then began to prove empirically that these 3 dimensions of knowledge really exist. Now I show you the diagnostic assessment system itself. We began to develop this platform in 2009, and it was actually one large project which has 2 phases, and it was supported by the European Union. So it was a large research grant awarded to the research group at the University of Szeged. The research group was called Center for Research on Learning and Instruction. And in 2 phases, we developed this diagnostic system. We have a website. Unfortunately, it's in Hungarian, but those who can speak Hungarian, or you can probably translate with Google parts of this website, edia.hu, you can have a look at the assessment system. The system has some interesting characteristics. Actually, it is an item bank. So we don't use separate tests, but we have developed large number of items, reading, mathematics, and science. As I mentioned, we group the items in 3 dimensions. Altogether, we have 9 dimensions, 3 times 3. And we use innovative item formats. This means that we utilize the full range of possibilities what multimedia can offer. So we may have, of course, texts and figures and pictures and animation and video and simulation. We have all of these in the items, in the stimuli part of the item. And we have a broad range of response capture. So students can use touch screens, they can use a mouse, they can enter text, and they can move objects on the screen with drag and drop technology. Actually, they can group objects on the screen, they can move from one place to the other one. So there are a number of possibilities of answering the items, the questions in the items or tasks. Students in the first 3 grades, first, second, and third year of schooling, so the very young children, can listen the tasks. It means that when a student click on the screen and an item appear, they hear the instruction. It means that we can, in this way, measure students in very early age, even in kindergarten, even when they are not able to read. In the first grade, of course, they cannot read, but we at this very early age can test students in mathematics, science, also in reading, because they can listen to the instruction. They use headsets for that, so they hear only their own computer, and they don't disturb each other. The system at the moment manages over 25,000 test items. This is a huge number of test items. Of course, there are many other item banks in the world which has many items, but probably what is unique in our system is that all of these each test item is a multimedia item, so we use very sophisticated test items. The system can serve up to 500, so 500,000 students. This is about the population in Hungary, population first 6th grades in the primary school. We have about 500,000 students, so we actually can measure all of them and store the data of the students in the system. So it's a complex system for supporting learning and teaching based on the analysis of learning and developmental processes and the outcomes of learning. So just have a look at the framework development. We have an online accessible assessment platform. This is also a complex platform because it has an item writing module. It has an item delivery module, which actually can be used for the actual assessment. And it has an analytic module, a statistical module, which gives students and teachers a visualized feedback. And there is an item bank, which is a kind of a content of the ADL system, which contains thousands of items in innovative formats. We have some demonstration tests in Hungarian. We try to create also some in English. Probably next year you can also see them. So some further characteristics of the assessment system is that it gives immediate feedback. When students are tested and they solve the tests, immediately after they finish the testing, they receive a feedback in terms of percentage. Then when the entire assessment took place, like we measure a school or a representative assessment of the entire school population in Hungary, it took just a few days to sum up the data and analyze the data, and the detailed feedback within a week after the assessment is available for the teachers. Then they receive a visualized feedback as well, so they can compare each student in each dimension. Remember that we have 9 dimensions to the norms, like the mean of the class, the mean of the school, mean of the school district, and also to the mean of the entire population of Hungary. So they immediately can put the results of each students into a larger context, and they can see the profile of the students. Students are different, sometimes very different. There are large differences between them. And what we can also show to the teachers that there are some students who can reason very well, but they don't learn as much content knowledge. Other students are eager to learn, but they don't understand what they learn, so they cannot apply in new context. Their reasoning skills are not so developed. We can show these fine differences, and then teachers can decide what aspect of students' knowledge should be developed. We established cross-sectional norms. That is a completed task. So it means that we have 3 domains, 3 dimensions, and 6 grades 6 years. Altogether, we have 45 units, and for each of these units, we have the norms. So we know what is the mean, and we have in this way 54 means for which the students can be compared. We use item response theory, IRT scaling. It's programmed in R program language, a statistical program in the diagnostic system. We try to do the vertical scaling, which means that we transfer the assessment results to the same scale. So we use the same scale for students from grade 1 to grade 6. We anchor together all of these values in reasoning and in application dimension. The students' assessment can be measured on the same scale. This is in progress. It's not finished yet. But when these scales will be completed, then we can measure, for example, that a student is in grade 3, but we can say that the reasoning skill of this particular student is at the level of the average of grade 4 or even grade 5. So we can then use these vertical scales. We are preparing 9 scales for the 9 dimension. We also going to establish longitudinal scales with developmental normative data. So we began to follow students from the first grade, and we see how much an average student develop in one school year. That will be longitudinal scaling, what we are also going to do. So there are many possibilities in the system, what we still have to work on it. But for the everyday education practice, it is still usable. So in the next section of my presentation, I show you how the diagnostic system is used in the practice. Actually, there are several different modes as it can be used. Now I show you the standard utilization of the diagnostic system, and I show you also how the differences between the students can be leveled so that those students who are lagging behind can be compensated and helping them to catch up. So we integrate the assessment system into the everyday educational practice. We teach the practicing teachers how to use the system, and we show them application models. Also, we develop an online support system for the students, what we will call LEO. So this LEO is the abbreviation of learning, and it will be a learning support system, electronic learning support system. We then, within this system, will create task banks, kind of practice banks, so kind of tasks that will not be assessment tasks, but will be practicing tasks to learn. The framework that will be the base of this task system is practically the same what we already use for the assessment system, but on the basis of this framework, we will create compensatory materials, practicing materials, which will also be stored in a bank, a task bank or practice bank. Then we develop intervention methods. We show the teachers how these instruments can be used in the system. Also, we train the teachers to prepare them for using this system. This is just a picture showing how our partner schools are located in Hungary. So you can see here the map of Hungary, and each icon represent one school. We have more than 1,000 schools, which is about 1/3 of the Hungarian school population, Hungarian schools. So the standard utilization of the education assessment system is that there are 3 regular measurements in a school year. We measure the students at the beginning in September, so we just started to measure the students. There is an about 2 or 3 weeks window, and during this period, teachers can measure all of the students in their classroom. Actually, we measure a classroom together. Usually the students go to the computer lab of the school, where an entire classroom can sit down in front of the computer, and in one hour session, we measure 1 dimension, or sometimes we have shorter versions as well, when we can measure 3 dimensions in 1 session, usually 45-minute session. This is the first measurement. There is a measurement, similar one, in the middle of the school year, and we have another measurement at the end of the school year. And between 2 measurements, there is an intervention period when students can catch up. So the teachers can develop students individually. They see from the results of the assessment where the students are, and which students really need some intervention, some training to catch up. Basically, this is the pre-test, post-test design. And for those teachers who would like to carry out quite a systematic assessment, for example, they would like to try out a new teaching method, or they try to modify something in their teaching practice, it could be a quasi-experiment, a pre-test, post-test design experiment, measurement at the beginning, measurement at the end of the semester, and they can offer them a matched control group from the large national sample, and we can show what is the added value, what is the difference between their newly implemented teaching method and the entire Hungarian population's progress. So we can estimate a kind of an added value or effect size of the intervention. This can be done either by a research group or by a teacher, but basically teachers can use the assessment results so that they can improve their teaching practice. There are interventions initiated and implemented by the teachers, or there can be interventions initiated by the developers, actually the center by our research group. So in both cases, teachers receive support for the assessment and data analysis. And we researchers also can offer them new teaching methods, suggest them to teach out something, for example, to develop students' reasoning skills or reading skills or some specific set of skills. And then we easily can organize a kind of a group control group design experiment. Then we also—
Sorry, Professor Beno, we have 5 minutes left.
Yes. Okay.
For presentation. Okay.
Yes, we started a little bit earlier than planned. Okay, I see.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks for warning me. So these are the forms of intervention. Then we have different kinds of intervention depending on the dimensions. So we may have different intervention for the psychological dimension like game-based learning and so on, for the application dimensions, teaching for transfer and so on, and for the disciplinary dimension, we may use the mastery learning model. So this mastery learning, this screen, what I jump, just indicate a number of training methods what we developed, for example, in reading, the word reading, mental lexicon, vocabulary, metacognition in reading, and so on. For the disciplinary dimension, we use the Carroll's model on mastery learning. And it originally was developed by Carroll with a theoretical model, and it was then implemented in a classroom context by Benjamin Bloom. The idea of Carroll was that the degree of mastery can be represented by the ratio of two times, the time actually spent with learning and the time needed for the complete mastery. So if the students spent only half of the time with it, then they cannot master it fully. It was Benjamin Bloom who implemented Carroll's model in the practice, and they then developed a model for mastery learning. The idea is that we should divide a learning process into smaller units, so-called learning tasks. And for each learning task, we help students fully master the materials. So students start a learning model, a learning task. Then there is a pre-test, and depending on the result of pre-test, there is a pre-compensation. If students don't reach the level, the expected level, they go to a pre-compensation and go back to testing again. And this can be repeated as long as students master the preconditions for a successful learning. Then there is the main part of the instruction. And after that, there is a post-test, post-compensation, and also a cycle of compensation. This this model was developed in the 60s, 70s. Around the world, it was used in a number of countries, but the problem was that it was very costly, developing pre-tests, post-tests, and manually grading them and giving feedback. But now we can use the diagnostic system for a pre-test and also for post-test. And as I mentioned, we began to develop the LEA system with task banks or practice banks that can be used for pre-compensation and post-compensation. This is something what we are working on. We try out how this model, this online supported model, can be implemented in the practice. We know that mastery learning works, but it was very expensive, time and labor consuming, but now we can make it easy and cheap, and of course we hope that it will work much more efficiently in the practice. Finally, I just would like to indicate that the diagnostic system can be used as a research instrument. We have a number of national, international projects. We are cooperating with the University of Helsinki. We were part of the One to Tablet study, when an entire city used tablets, and we translated our task into Finnish and they used it. And we have a number of international doctoral students who carry out assessments in their home countries. For example, we use the diagnostic assessment system in Azerbaijan, China, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Namibia, Mongolia, Palestine, Vietnam, and some other countries as well. Of course, not only mathematics and reading and science can be measured, but a number of other constructs. So many other constructs were already measured, like combinatorial reasoning, inductive reasoning. So here is a simulation task, in a combinatorial task in Hungarian. Here is the solution of a combinatorial program. And I just indicate that we have published a lot of papers with the cooperation of international students like Wu Hao as a Chinese students, and we measured problem solving. We measured languages, English and German, in Hungary, English and Russian, in Mongolia, English and Russian, in Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan as well. So languages also can be measured, not only in English and German, but also many other language development. Here are some other publications indicating that we measured interactive problem solving in China, scientific reasoning in Vietnam, science motivation in Vietnam, inductive reasoning also in Vietnam, reading self-concept and the self-concept external frame of reference was also researched in Azerbaijan, as well as some other components of these self-concept issues. I had a student from Kazakhstan. He measured reading motivation, reading achievements there. And I have an excellent Indonesian student, Soeharto. We measured with him in Indonesia motivation and also science misconceptions.
Okay, Professor Bono, I'm sorry because I need to interrupt you because your time is up for your presentation.
I'm finishing. So here is
Yes.
the conclusion.
Okay.
The diagnostic system can be used as an assessment instrument in the everyday educational practice, providing regular feedback both for students and teachers. It can also be integrated into the intervention processes of personalized instruction, and also it is an efficient instrument of educational research. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. Thank you so much for Professor Bueno. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for Professor Bueno for delivering the presentation about diagnostic assessment, which is very useful for the students to understand and to know about the methodology and about the research that conducted by ADIA. And now we will open for the discussion session for the offline participant and the online participant. If you have any questions regarding about the presentation from Professor Beno, you can raise your hand and please mention your name and your institution, and you can start to speak. Is there any questions from the offline session in the ballroom? Is there any questions? Or maybe we can, for the online chat, there is 2 questions, Professor Beno, regarding about your presentation. The first one is coming from Wulan from University of Lampung. The question is, what's the constraint while developing the ADIA program? And what's the improvement that will be done in the future? That's the first questions. Okay, and I will continue. Okay, and then I will continue for the second question, Professor Beno.
It's better to go one by one, because then I don't need to remember for the previous question.
Okay, please.
So let me apologize for using more time. Originally, I was indicated that I can speak from 10:30 until 11:15. So I measured my time, but I was wrong because really I started earlier. And the question was, what motivated us to develop the diagnostic system? First of all, I have to tell you that education assessment is the major research program of my research groups. So we developed a large number of paper and pencil assessment instruments, but as soon as it was possible to implement all of these tests on computer, we started to do it. But then we wanted to do something that solved the crucial problems of the education system. that many students lag behind, and many students do not master the basics of reading and writing and mathematics. And these problems are generated in the first grades, first years of schooling. So we focused on that, and we focused on those subjects what are measured in the international assessment programs: reading, comprehension, mathematics, and science. So these were the main sources, main motivation of developing the system. As I mentioned, by the end of my presentation, we are still working on the system. Actually, we're working on the integration of the system, integration into educational practice, teaching the teachers how to use it, also doing research of how to use it, because it's a new instrument and we have to figure out what is the best utilization of it in educational practice. Thank you. What's the next question?
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Beno. For the second question is about the PISA score. Since you also has conducted the research about the PISA score in Finland, do you have any suggestion or advice to increase the PISA score, especially in developing countries? For example, in Indonesia, because we know that the PISA score in Indonesia is quite low compared to any other countries. So that's why we need to know about your advice and suggestion to increase the PISA score. Thank you.
Well, we have to give a little bit more sophisticated answer for this question, because the goal is not improving the PISA scores. The goal is to improving students' knowledge, what then will be reflected in the improving PISA scores. So first of all, we have to improve the teaching of the particular countries or the learning processes. And we have the same motivation in Hungary, as I mentioned, but citing some figures, in Hungary, about a quarter of the students cannot reach level 2 at the PISA assessment. So it's a problem in Hungary as well. And the methods what we use can exactly be used in other countries. So this diagnostic assessment system can be used for developing countries as well. And as I have shown you, in a number of countries we use it. For example, Namibia. So probably Namibia was the most difficult country to measure, but finally, we also implemented the diagnostic assessments in Namibia as well, several assessments. So it can be used. I mean, the methods what we develop can be used in any other country because we have similar problems.
Okay, thank you so much for Professor Beno. Is that for Professor Beno in the participant in the ballroom? So it's because we start earlier, Professor Beno, and we will close the session with the discussion session. That's why that the time remains close. And right now, we're really thankful for your participation, Professor Beno, for the presentations, and hope that we can get more insightful informations about your research, especially about the diagnostic assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, please, again, with a very prominent speaker, Professor Beno, please give applause for Professor Beno. Thank you so much, Professor Beno. And right now, we will continue for the second distinguished speaker.
Thank you.
For Professor Yudar Miroslav Mares from Masaryk University, Czech Republic. Before I start to give my stage to Professor Miroslav, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Professor Yudar Miroslav Mares. He is the professor at the Department of Political Science at Masaryk University, Czech Republic. He graduated from Faculty of Social Studies at Masaryk University in the political science, both in the PhD and postdoctoral degree. His research on extremism, terrorism, and security policy in Central and Eastern Europe. And in 2018, he got award of the rector of the Masaryk University for long-term excellent research outputs, a silver medal, Masaryk University. Professor Miroslav, are you in the room right now? Can you hear the voice? Okay, can you hear?
Thank you very much for kind introduction. May I start with my presentation? I try to share my presentation. May I try it?
Please, Professor Miroslav, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you see my presentation, please?
Presentation.
Yeah, presentation is visible for you, yeah? Okay.
Okay, we can see your presentation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to your prestigious conference. Unfortunately, due to time reasons, it is for me impossible to visit your nice university in person. However, I hope that I can intermediate part of my knowledge also via internet, via Zoom. So, thank you for once again for introduction of my person. My main focus is security policy, maybe focus on terrorism, extremism, as you already said. And due to this fact, I have maybe difficult role if I should present something in your conference, which is this year dedicated to the issue of social adjustment. After the discussion with organizers of the conference, I'm trying to adopt this concept of social adjustment to the recent situation in multipolar world. Maybe it's too ambitious task. Maybe it's not. Definitely, it's not very frequently used approach towards the research of international security policy. However, let's play the game with me and try to maybe outline some possible use of concept from international security policy and politics. And these concepts I would like to research within the scope of the concept of the social adjustment transferred at the international security policy level. And to be honest, I also try to maybe present some view to my main research, to the research on terrorism within the scope of this concept. So thank you to Professor Beno, my previous speaker. He used this concept of social adjustment in the traditional way, with origin in psychology, maybe psychiatrics, maybe transfer into the educational science, etc., etc. So generally, if I can maybe define very basic, if I can use, very basic definition, traditional definition of social adjustment by Weissman, is from this field of psychology, psychiatry, and this very basic definition is the interplay between the individual and social environment. How thanks to this very general definition, which can be, of course, used then in some more narrow sense, etc. How thanks to this definition, thanks to this broad definition, we can transfer this concept of social adjustment also to the another level. It can be used in sociology, and here it will be focused on individual within the context of various social groups, structures, and of course interaction of these entities and the adjustment between these entities. And then this may be too ambitious or maybe not very frequently used concept is this used in political science. So if I may maybe present my approach toward this, then I see again the role of individual within the social networks, within the interaction of individual and this interplay of individual within the social reality, interaction with social entities, and then when I can start, if I can start this concept of political science, we can see this individuum in the intrastate and the international environment. And for example, the political scientist Eichenberry, he already used this concept, not social adjustment, he speaks about the international adjustment, for example, within the context of research of European integration, how the individual countries in Europe are able to adopt their strategies, their politics towards the development of cooperation in Europe, and of course within the European communities at the time, and later within the European Union. So if we can accept this transfer of maybe traditional psychological concept to the political science, then we can continue with my main topic, and it was the discussion about the polarity in international relations. Because why? Because when we are speaking about various poles and various maybe tensions within the international politics, then we can maybe adopt this concept also to the relations between states.
Sorry, Professor Miroslav, to interrupt your presentation. Your voice is not clearly listen to the Zoom online meeting. Could you please close to the microphone so we can hear your voice clearly?
Thank you very much. I tried to do it. I'm sorry.
And then about your presentation, about the transition, could you please to move to another, because in here it's not work for the transition of the slides.
Aha, you don't see the slides. Okay, so
yes.
Maybe do you see it now? Do you see it now?
Yeah, yes,
okay.
We can see right now.
Okay, so
okay, thank you.
Once again, sorry. So maybe I'm sorry for this technical difficulties.
Okay.
And now my voice is now better than in previous. Do you hear me now better or not?
Yes, it's getting better. Thank you.
Okay, I try to keep my laptop very close to my face. I'm sorry that you see my face now from this very close distance, but I can continue also in this way. I'm sorry. So generally, this is a scheme which was already described during my previous speech. So you can see this transfer from psychological aspects from the field of psychology, sociology, and political science. So it is connected with my previous explanation of the transfer of this concept. And now, if I may continue, do you see now this new slide with polarity in international security system? Okay. So then we, of course, when I start this analysis of polarity in the international security system, then we can, of course, discuss if the countries, entities which belong to specific pole of the international politics, if they are able to start this adjustment with the goal maybe to start something like equality or friendly relations between the international within the international security system. So generally, when I'm talking about the pole or poles in the international security policy, then I use this synonym mostly with a specific position, power position in this international security system. There are still ongoing discussion about the character of the contemporary and about the contemporary international system, and about the constellation of the system in the various historical eras. The concept of unipolarity, for example, it was used mostly in the first decade after the fall of communism in East Central Europe, and this single pole at the time was connected mostly with the position of the United States. On the other hand, the concept of bipolarity can be maybe used for the first years of the so-called Cold War in the 1950s, when the war constellation was connected with bipolar tensions between the Soviet Union and interconnected Soviet bloc and the United States. How later we can see the growing tendency to the involvement of third countries, China and many other countries in this war system, also during the Cold War. Tripolarity, that's a specific constellation, maybe in the 1960s, but we can still discuss about it. Recently, we are in the situation when many politicians and many political scientists speak about the constellation of multipolarity. It means that we have several poles in international politics, and this maybe balance of power within the system is still unclear. And maybe if you hear some speeches of the Russian president Vladimir Putin, he, for example, he wants to maybe re-establish the system of the international relations from the so-called unipolarity to the multipolar world with a specific position of Russia, etc., etc. As a theoretic concept, I can mention also so-called hyperpolarity. It means that that in such system we can see this distortion of power centers in the international politics. We can then see the total maybe symmetric disintegration of power in international relations, and maybe as a scientific or a very abstract concept, we can talk about the zero polarity. It means that in such system we can see the total cooperation, the cooperation between all countries in the world without some significant power centers. But it's maybe it's now unfortunately still only illusion, because we can still see this polarity in the international system, and we can expect this also in the near future. If we are talking about this recent policies, also part of discussion and object of discussion, because definitely one pole are still United States of America, but when we are starting to talk about the other poles, it can be more difficult. Definitely, China could be considered during the recent growth as an important pole of the international politics. About Russia, we can discuss, but still, due to the maybe military strength of Russia, we still see Russia as I still see Russia as an important pole of this multipolar world. Then maybe we can discuss about India. This is still growing power. On the other hand, when I'm talking about India, why not about Brasilia? Why not about some maybe other Latin American countries, or Latin American as a whole? That's again the part of discussion. I have this question related to the EU, because EU in many recent books about international politics is considered as a one pole of the international politics. On the other hand, we are still it's still not clear if we can talk about the EU as a single actor in the international politics, due to the different political concept and political strategies of some European countries. We can still see, for example, difference between East Central European countries, between Germany, maybe also in France. And recently, of course, you can ask me, was about UK after Brexit. It's maybe also important. I don't speak out pole. I can use the term. Power in the international politics. And last but not least, we can discuss about the Muslim world as a pole of the international politics, or if we can identify a specific power within the Muslim world as a specific pole of the world politics. But you know that we have several countries which maybe claim to be leading countries of the Muslim world, but they are not recognized as such by others. If I talk about Iran, maybe Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, etc., or Turkey, maybe. Yeah. And I think that, for example, Organization of Islamic is the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. It plays not the same role as the European Union in the international relations. So that's discussion about the polarity and how we can connect it now with this adjustment, because of course various actors, then they try to adapt to the social reality in international relations. And we can, if I may try to use this concept of social adjustment in the international politics, then we can see this adjustment to various poles, to various strong powers in international politics. Firstly, that's maybe smaller countries try to adopt their policies in relation to specific poles of the international policy. And secondly, of course, we can see this adjustment also between this important poles in a multipolar world. However, then we can ask in relation to which actor, to which pole we can research this social adjustment. And here I can offer maybe three main concepts. Firstly, it can be the adjustment in relation to the culture values of the nearest pole. It means, for example, that if the nearest pole in Europe is the European Union, it means that, for example, also some countries of the European Union try to adopt their policies firstly to the European Union, but also non-member countries try to do it. On the other hand, if you look to the for example, situation in Southeastern Asia, it is not clear if all countries in the area try to adopt their strategies and their politics to the, for example, Chinese policy as a main actor in this area. So then we can discuss that some countries and some actors of international relations try to adopt their strategies in relation to the main pole. It means that it can be, for example, the United States. Maybe still we can discuss about this country as a main pole of the international relations. And there's also, for example, situation maybe in some African countries if they try to adopt to the policy of the most growing pole. And as I said, it can be, for example, a recent cooperation, a recent maybe if I may use this term, adjustment of some African countries in relation to China. But still it's not clear if we can use this concept in international relations. But if I can try to do it, then I can work with this concept. Only explanation of this picture, I took this picture last year during one small rally of the so-called Night Wolves motorcycle gang in Brno. And you can see here that also local actors, some of them are maybe familiar, are connected with European values. They hold the flags of the European Union and Ukraine. Or behind them, you can see these supporters of this motorcycle gang, one small paramilitary group called National Home Guard, and they use firstly the Czech flag, and secondly they use the old flag of the Soviet Union, which maybe recently expressed also sympathy towards the contemporary Russian politics, or a good explanation of the picture which accompanies this scheme. Of course, we can discuss also the role of the international law to the adjustment, because when we are talking about adjustment, it can be nice if we can find some system which can be how to say norm for behavior in international system. It should be the international law. We can still see. Let me now quote my professor from the Faculty of Law in Brno, Professor Malenovský. He defined the international law or trends in the international law development in several categories. First is sovereign equality. Secondly, it's the dynamics of development of the international law, because we don't see now how to consider some issues in international law, for example, US military presence in Syria, etc. Then we can see still strong role of customary law. However, we can see also the growing codification of international law since the 1960s. And then, of course, then this various asymmetry of material and processual law. It's not important. It's very important issue, but not important from my recent research related to the adjustment. So, however, when we are talking about the recent role of the international law, which can be behind this adjustment, we can still see the tension. We can see on one hand the expansion of international law. We have many norms with international law which can be used for various purposes on one hand. However, on the other hand, we can see also no respect for international law in many fields of development, and that's an obstacle for adjustment. If we should talk about the adjustment international law, then this little respect towards the norm of international law should be considered as an obstacle. So that's only maybe about the role of the international law behind this recent structure.
Iso, anggarannya DE kan juga orang.
I'm sorry, I don't hear now your voice.
I'm sorry, Professor Miroslav, there is a technical problem, but you can continue your presentation.
I can continue, yeah? Okay, so
Yes,
sorry.
you can continue.
Okay, I have still maybe 5 minutes. Should I speak together 30 minutes? I should speak, or how long? Just maybe.
You have 7 minutes for
7
presentations.
minutes. Okay, I try to maybe now we move to the end of my presentation. So then maybe only some conceptual issues. We are talking about adjustment and other maybe cooperation in international relations. We can also focus to the actor. So who should be actor of this adjustment, maybe cooperation in international relations? That can be, we can divide this spectrum of actors into the states and non-state actors. So we can see firstly states as original actors of the international relations, and states that are able to create international governmental units and institutions, then alliances, and as maybe free structured cooperation, and then maybe more strict organized international governmental organizations. On the other hand, we can see these non-state actors as intrastate non-governmental actors. For example, some NGOs as Greenpeace, as a local NGOs, not Greenpeace. Greenpeace, this is an example of this international, transnational NGOs. We can see also representations of stateless nations, and of course, this is also the reason for conflicts in the system of international relations, because some non-represented nations, they try to find support in other countries, and it can be reason for struggle and for conflict in international relations. And then we can of course see also some hybrid organizations and alliances, both governmental and non-governmental. And what's of course what is very maybe controversial concept. This is a Huntington concept of civilizations. When I'm talking about poles in the international policy, maybe I can connect it also with this concept of civilizations. On the other hand, it's not clear that this concept is really working. Yeah, so we can turn back to the 1990s and to the old debates about the Huntington concept of civilizations. However, we probably do not have time to analyze it in depth. When we are talking about individual countries and about maybe adoption to the values, we can use various maybe elements or indicators of countries identification. And when we are talking about adjustment, about cooperation, about maybe specific relations in the international relations, we can focus on various indicators in individual countries, but due to the time reason, I try to move to my main field of research, because I would like to deal also with the issue of terrorism related to the recent constellations in international relations. And we can also discuss the role of the so-called poles or powers in the assessment of various terms, in the assessment of various threats. One of this is terrorism, because we can see that various actors and various poles in recent international relations, they define in very different ways the term terrorism. And on the other hand, it's a very crucial term for labeling of some actors, and it can be obstacle for adjustment, for cooperation, if some actors are defined as supporters of terrorism, as sponsors of terrorism, etc., etc. We have also many obstacles. Why is difficult to define terrorism. You can see here this traditional statement: one man's terrorist is another man a freedom fighter. Again, the explanation I took this picture during one pro-Israeli rally in Prague several years ago during my field research, and you can see here that for example, fighters of Hamas are labeled by the participants of the demonstration as a terrorist. The same is valid, for example, for conceptualization of the European Union, etc. On the other hand, you can see the actors in international relations will consider these fighters as freedom fighters, not as terrorists. So that's maybe this normative obstacle why it's difficult to define terrorism, and then why it's difficult to maybe start the cooperation related to the elimination of terrorism, and this elimination can improve the adjustment in the international relations. Then of course we have also not only these normative issues in this field. We can look at the intensity of violence, maybe from a neutral scientific point of view. We can look to the state or non-state character, etc., etc. On the other hand, however, we still have problem to define this concept within the contemporary world, and it can be then connected with obstacles related to the political and social adjustment at the global level. You can see, for example, the ongoing discussion about the concept of war on terror, which was declared by the United States and their allies after the September 11. It is not recognized by many other actors in the and poles in the international relations, for example, or if it was recognized, then it is not maybe except for some activities of the United States, for example, in Iraq, etc. We can see this various approaches toward the so-called anti-terrorist operation in Ukraine after the 2014 against by various countries. It was used also in terminological sense in various ways. And for example, we can discuss also the concept eco-terrorism. However, still we can see also maybe the international cooperation in this field, and that's important also for future adjustment of the international community as well. So we can see cooperation in various field of counterterrorism. So if I can conclude my short speech or presentation in this conference, from my point of view, we can see the transfer of the concept of social adjustment to the dimension of international politics seems to be beneficial, but difficult. Maybe that if you see my previous findings, it's difficult to connect it with this concept of adjustment sometimes. But if we can accept this approach, as I said, let's play the game with me. Maybe it can be beneficial approach for the future research of international security policy. Then, of course, my second goal was to discuss the multipolarity in contemporary world, and it is still difficult to identify these poles and the recent constellation in international relations. However, maybe that if we should connect both this concept multipolarity and social adjustment, then we can see that this cross polarity is an important way to adjustment in international policy. Maybe that you know this memorial is from London. It's dedicated to the victims of the terrorist attacks in Bali, and it can be maybe the example of cooperation, maybe adjustment between various countries in the international security policy. So thank you for your attention, and I'm ready for discussion.
Okay, thank you so much for Professor Miroslav. Please give applause to Professor Miroslav. Thank you for your excellent presentation about social adjustment and about the theory about the multipolarity. And right now we will go into the discussion session. We still have 15 minutes for discussion. And I would like to give the floor to the participant in the ballroom. Do you have any questions to Professor Miroslav regarding about the presentation, please. Okay, one questions, another one.
I see one question
Okay.
in the chat room, if I may answer.
Yes, we can go first in the presenter for the participant in the boardroom, and after that, we go to the chat room, Professor
Okay,
Miroslav.
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so please,
Okay.
could you?
Okay. Good day, Professor. Thank you for the time, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, welcome.
I'd like to ask you a question as a fellow international relations academics. So, Professor, you already told us about the polarity of the world, and we know the Russia-Ukraine war did not only affect the two countries involved. Does the war reflect the polarity of the world today? Or do you think this war will affect the changing polarity of the world? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Very
thank you.
question. Thank you.
Okay,
It's a very good
maybe
question.
for the, yes, you can answer first with the first question.
If I may answer. Okay, thank you. It's very good question. How, of course, very difficult answer, because we can see now that generally the one of the official reasons of the Russian action or Russian aggression to Ukraine was the Putin struggle to re-establish the system of international relations. The Russia officially claims that they are this is the expression of the rejection of unipolarity led by United States, and that the Russia will establish this real multipolar world. Definitely, we can see still the strong role and strong involvement of the United States in the Ukrainian crisis. On the other hand, for example, the intervention of United States is still limited. It is limited to the supply of weapons, etc. But we can see this respect of United States to some Russian claims still. We can see the strong role of China behind this war. We can see the cooperation with Russia on one hand. However, also the very specific way of Chinese politics on the other hand. So it's maybe also the evidence that the China is now growing an important pole of the contemporary international relations, and with respect to this text, including, for example, also the relatively independent role of India, etc. I think that this war is still evidence for the growing multipolarity in the system of international relations. However, still with very strong role of the United States. So we can see this multipolarity, but still it is partially asymmetric. Partially we can see the symmetric tendency to the tensions in Pacific area between the United States and China. But we can still see that some poles are stronger than others, but it can be changed in the future.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Miroslav. Now we are going into the online chat room. The first questions from Robert Mikach. Hi, question for Professor Miroslav. Hi, Professor. What are the biggest challenges for researchers when they research social adjustment concept? Thank you.
Yeah, I think thank you very much, Robert, for this question. My friend from Croatia, so thank you that you have interest into my research. I think this challenge is really transfer of this concept from the original psychological area to the area or to the field of research of politics or international relations. Because if we are talking about individual actors in this, maybe psychological individual behavior and maybe close social environment, it's something different still than to maybe adopt this concept to the actors in international relations. Okay, because when we are talking about countries, when we are talking about the poles in the international politics, about the powers, superpowers, etc., it's still simplification, because we have many individuals, many specific interests behind these actors, and this is the most important difficulty, how to transfer this concept to the level of international relations.
Okay, thank you so much for the second question. Now, for the last question, Professor Miroslav, Question from Ms. Arida Mastuti. Security can be defined from many angles. For instance, economic security. Does the social adjustment concept work quietly the same from different aspects of security? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much also for this question, because the economy is very closely connected with social benefits and with social welfare, and it's of course it's definitely it's an important element of adjustment. So it is very important part of of security. However, I see also this economic security maybe as a part of the general security. So economic security is closely connected with military security as such, because as we can also see in recent position of Russia in relations to China, this economic and energy sector, they are important elements of these relations. And when we are talking about adjustment, then of course, then if some people from specific country belong to the pole to some area with strong pole of international relations, then it is connected also with their social status and with the social welfare in the area. And maybe that it is also perfect conclusion for related to my previous lecture, because then we can see this adjustment really in the field of economic security.
Okay, thank you so much for your explanation to answer the questions. So we still have 3 minutes for our session discussion with Professor Miroslav. Is there any questions? Both in online and participants in the ballroom? I think all is very enjoy about your presentation, Professor Miroslav. So I think it's enough for the sessions. So that's the end of the session. Please give applause again to Professor Miroslav for the second speaker of the third ULICoSS 2022. So on the behalf of the Universitas Lampung and third ULICoSS, we're really honored to have Professor Beno from Zagat University and Professor Miroslav from Masaryk University for their excellent and fruitful presentations and discussions, and hope that we can get more insightful informations and experience in the second session after lunch break. So I really do apologize if there any burden or problems or technical problems regarding about our hybrid conference. And thank you so much for the participants in the online and offline. And I would like to close our first session in the morning session until afternoon session, and we will come back again after lunch break about 1:30 p.m. So thank you so much. Thank you for Professor Beno. I hope you are still in the room, and Professor Miroslav, thank you so much for your nice and presentation.
Technical difficulties, yeah.
Okay.
I will also apologize for my technical difficulties.
No, that's it all. Thank you.
From very close distance, I hope that is sufficient. Thank you.
Okay, we hope that you can visit Indonesia, Professor Miroslav and Professor Beno.
Next year, I hope that I can find time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for Professor Beno and Professor Miroslav. So right now, I would like to give the time and opportunity to the Master Ceremony to continue for the program. Thank you so much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. enjoy for the lunch served by the committee in the ballroom. And after lunch break, we still have second parallel sessions, afternoon session with Dr. Rudy from University of Lampung and Professor Yuka Kaneko from Kobe University. We will start around 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time. So right now we will have a lunch break for 1.5 hours. So I would like to welcome and please to enjoy the lunch. Thank you so much, and you can start to enjoy for the lunch. Thank you. Session of the participants. So we just only have half day presentation. So for those who submit the full paper of your research through the website of ULICoSS, tomorrow we will have a presentation start at 8 a.m. Jakarta time until 11:30 a.m. at Jakarta time. Please make sure you check the schedule of the presentation because the presentation will be held at the offline system. Thank you, and you can enjoy for the lunch.
pecah hidung gigi rongga, sampai ketawa dulu dipacu rajut tunggal. Sinanggar tulur tulur tulur, sinanggar tulur tulur tulur, sinanggar tulur tulur tulur, sinanggar tulur tulur tulur, sinanggar tulur. Ayo mama, cinta mama marah beta, dia cuma cium beta. Ayo mama, cinta mama marah beta, la
One day, at another time, a girl will unearth the civilization that has been buried deep for so long. See you on that day.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tearing dust and I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride, is what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost myself. Darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made us out. I'm tired of the pain. I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go.
Cik. Lalu 1, 2, 3. Santai.
Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan. Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana menyambut wisatawan dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha kecil masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata, homestay, kuliner, cindramata, dan lain-lain. 100 Wonderful Events digelar di seluruh Indonesia. Kementerian Pariwisata telah melakukan publikasi media ruang dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi branding seperti Medan, Kepulauan Riau, Jakarta, Bandung, Joglosmar, Banyuwangi, Bali, Lombok, Makassar, Coral Wonders, Bunaken Wakatobi, dan Raja Ampat. Publikasi Wonderful Indonesia juga dilakukan di beberapa negara pasar utama seperti Tiongkok, India, Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Belanda, Timur Tengah, Korea Selatan, dan Amerika yang telah dilakukan sejak tahun 2015. Pemasangan publikasi media ruang ditujukan untuk meningkatkan brand awareness Wonderful Indonesia di level internasional. Situs resmi pemasaran Kementerian Pariwisata adalah indonesia.travel yang dilengkapi dengan menu yang mengakomodasi customer journey yang dimulai dari dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and sharing. Mulai dari pre-travel, travel, hingga post-travel. Sejak tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, Kementerian Pariwisata berhasil memfasilitasi industri pariwisata untuk bertemu dengan calon-calon konsumen dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan menjual paket-paket pariwisata menarik melalui pameran pariwisata internasional dan tentunya misi penjualan. Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengimplementasikan program Tourism Hub yang diharapkan dapat mendatangkan wisman dari pasar non-ASEAN countries, Australia, dan juga Selandia Baru yang berada di Singapura dan Malaysia untuk ditarik ke destinasi Batam Bintan melalui harga paket Hot Deals. Selain mengembangkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan 5 destinasi super prioritas, Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengembangkan investasi di sektor pariwisata. Investasi sektor pariwisata ini difokuskan dalam pengembangan unsur atraksi, aksesibilitas, amenitas di destinasi pariwisata. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, total investasi sektor pariwisata mencapai 6,5 miliar US dollar, terdiri dari 4,7 miliar US dollar penanaman modal asing atau PMA dan 1,8 miliar US dollar untuk penanaman modal dalam negeri atau PMDN untuk meningkatkan investasi dan mengoptimalisasi kegiatan industri pariwisata sehingga mampu menarik investor untuk berinvestasi, maka dikembangkanlah pembangunan kawasan ekonomi khusus atau KEK pariwisata. Sejauh ini, 8 KEK pariwisata yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Pariwisata antara lain Tanjung Lesung, Mandalika, Tanjung Kelayang, Morotai, Singasari, Likupang, Tanjung Gunung, dan Sungai Liat. Kementerian Pariwisata terus meningkatkan kinerja dari tahun ke tahun demi tercapainya Indonesia menjadi negara tujuan pariwisata kelas dunia. Salam pesona Indonesia. Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan: Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana menyambut wisatawan dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha kecil masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata, homestay, kuliner, cindramata, dan lain-lain. 100 wonderful events digelar di seluruh Indonesia. Kementerian Pariwisata telah melakukan publikasi media ruang dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi branding seperti Medan, Kepulauan Riau, Jakarta, Bandung, Joglosmar, Banyuwangi, Bali, Lombok, Makassar, Coral Wonders, Bunaken, Wakatobi, dan Raja Ampat. Publikasi Wonderful Indonesia juga dilakukan di beberapa negara pasar utama seperti Tiongkok, India, Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Belanda, Timur Tengah, Korea Selatan, dan Amerika yang telah dilakukan sejak tahun 2015. Pemasangan publikasi media ruang ditujukan untuk meningkatkan brand awareness Wonderful Indonesia di level internasional. Situs resmi pemasaran Kementerian Pariwisata adalah indonesia.travel yang dilengkapi dengan menu yang mengakomodasi customer journey yang dimulai dari dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and sharing. Mulai dari pre-travel, travel, hingga post-travel. Sejak tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, Kementerian Pariwisata berhasil memfasilitasi industri pariwisata untuk bertemu dengan calon-calon konsumen dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan menjual paket-paket pariwisata menarik melalui pameran pariwisata internasional dan tentunya misi penjualan.
This. Miss? Okay. This. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our second session for the plenary sessions in the third ULICoSS 2020. For the second session, we will have two distinguished speakers. For the first one is Dr. Rudy. So, and for the second speaker is Professor Yuka Kaneko from Kobe University, Japan. So before we start our second session, I would like to read the curriculum vitae, short biography of Dr. Rudy. Dr. Rudy is an associate professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Lampung. He teaches courses in constitutional law at the undergraduate, graduate, and postgraduate level. He received his Bachelor of Law, Sarjana Hukum from University of Indonesia, Master of Laws, and Doctor of Laws degree from Kobe University of Japan. At present, he holds a position of Secretary at Institute of Research and Public Services, University of Lampung, and Director at Center for Law and Development of Faculty of Law, Lampung University. He also served as expert advisor on legislation making at Regional Representative Council of Republic of Indonesia. He is an active researcher who focuses on law and development in Asia, including constitutional law, legislation development, and village empowerment. Some of his writings have been published in the media, national and international journals, as well as in international books, Springer and Laureate. He also an active member of Asian Law and Society ALSA and conducts several courses at Kobe University as visiting professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give applause for Dr. Rudy.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arif, for very good introduction for me. And I hope that even though this afternoon we have already eat our lunch, and then I know that it is very inconvenient time to discuss on the difficult subject, but I hope we can try to take a moment on discussing this issue. Yeah, and my topic is the future of customary rights in Indonesia. Why I choose this topic because not only in Indonesia, the problem of the customary right recognition is also evident in Thailand, in Vietnam, and most of the Asian nation. So this is very important issue because almost all of Asian nation experience the problem of the recognition of the customary right. Especially, we want to know the future of this customary right, especially in these globalizations and then very rapid development in law and society. Wait a minute. Okay. Why this is the problem? Because especially in law and society, in our understandings, the law is claimed to have social function wherever it is implemented in a society, and it is usually related with the basic rights and duty in society. So law usually is not in the state of the vacuum position of place, yeah, but it is very interacted in the many dimension of the society, especially in the plural society like Indonesia, because we know Indonesia has so many regions, so many customary, or we can say if the audience is very inconvenient with the term customary, usually we call it adat. Yeah. So in plural society, we have so many adat, how we dress, how we do something, how we say something, and many others dimension of life. So law is very related with that, with all that dimension. For example, when you want to go a wedding, you have to go through many dimensions. The first one is the state law. The second one is customary law or adat law. For example, how you dress, how you do through something to go to your wedding. So this is the background why this is very important topic, because for example, Indonesia, yeah, before after the independence, we have so many adat. Yeah, for example, in Lampung we have Sebambangan. Yeah, Sebambangan is right now is considered as usually against the law because it is considered in some cases as a kidnapping. And in many also region, for example, in Minangkabau, in Papua, in many others society, we also have that kind of adat law. And it is evident when we have interact with the dimension of land law. For example, we have Ulayat, yeah, you know Ulayat, the communal right of land, adat Ulayat, that is right now is losing its power of law. They are not acknowledged by the state law. Yeah, for example, in many cases of the human rights in Lampung, Mesuji, and then etc. But in other province, it is exists. And in Indonesia, this adat law is been left by the positive law or Indonesian legislation. For example, in basic agrarian law, we know that adat land is recognized, but the problem is how to apply the positive law to the land registration and then land acquisition and many other things. So basically, the recognition of the adat law in Indonesia is not so, in my term, maybe we can call it fake recognition. So it just state say that, okay, I will give you the status and we appreciate that you have a status of the land, adat land, but the problem is that it cannot be registered. Yeah, the landlord can have a registration in the national land agency. Okay. Okay. Now, so the problem is before the Reformation, we want to turn back a little bit to the new order. So the problem is we have a fake recognition, and then so many the establishment of new institution. For example, in the village we have law and village in 1979. That is make some new institution of the village government, village government. So basically the adat has been left, but the state governments established the new institution. We call it a village. We call it Indonesia's district government, and then etc. Okay, and then the problem is after the diminishing of the adat law in Indonesia and also in many Asia, it comes the Asian crisis. We know Asian crisis in starting from Thailand to go to the Asian and in Indonesia, and it become a trigger for the revival of the adat or customary rights. We know that, for example, Papua want to go independence, and then Aceh want to have a special autonomy, and Yogyakarta, for example, they have their own law which give the governors a very high status as governor, as the Sultan as a governor. The Sultan can have all the land in the Jogja. We call it the land of the Sultan, and then many others also the revival of customary rights. So basically, the state is not so ready with the Asian crisis, and then they just the customary right revival, and then they give some codes for the customary rights. Okay, it's a little bit like so. And after the Reformation, the customary rights law have been evidenced. Yeah, for example, Aceh is very become effective solution for many land and inheritance problem after tsunami. So when tsunami struck Aceh, they lost many registration of land, but because they have a very good customary land registration, so the land problem is not so many problem in Aceh. And Baduy people, for example, many research on Baduy people said that they are very close with the nature, and then they support the sustainable development goal and many others. And also in Thailand, yeah, Mubanko site in Phuket, for example, they still keep their traditional wisdom. And then also in Japan, for example, Riaiken, that is the common community land, on the land use, which is exists in usually in the beach. So basically, we have so many role like this, but it is only happen in after we know it after the problem of the cultural reformation. So next, I think we have to skip this. That okay. Next, okay. Okay, the problem then in Indonesia, we this adat land or adat community customary right is not it's just given a label in the constitution. For example, the state protect the customary right, protect the adat right, but the problem is when we arrive at the application of the customary right, it cannot be applied. That is very problem. Yeah, for example, many community, adat community in Mesuji, for example, has a conflict in also with the company, and then also so many conflict also in other region. For example, when some company want to build a facility, they just cross the adat land, and then they become problem because the adat land is just a statement without any acknowledgement from the state. For example, a certificate and many others, we don't have that. So that is the problem. For example, it is what we call in the law is dasein and dason. While we have very ideals acknowledgement of the customary right, but in the reality, they are not. They cannot be applicable. Many community cannot take their right, cannot claim their right in this matter. Maybe many researchers here also read and then do research on that kind of the community land which cannot be claimed by the community, other community. So this is the problem. For example, you can see that customary rights in the position of ecosystem is not within the positive law. So if you want to see that we have local government, we have state institution, we have land ownership within the positive law. But the problem is customary rights or customary right is not, so it's not within the legal system, the positive legal system. Maybe in some cases there exists, for example, in Aceh, they have a special autonomy. And then in Papua, for example, in the election, the Noken practice has been acknowledged by the state. But in many regions, for example, I would take example Lampung. Lampung, even though many said that have community right, they have adat community, but in reality, they are not. I mean, in reality, is in the legal system, they are not exist. It is the, I think this, it is the reality we have to face because many supporter of the adat customary right is in utopia. They think that adat right or adat community is exist or it is protected by the law, but in the reality they are not so existed or protected by the law in our legal system. Next. This is the problem of formal and informal law, and then in the pluralistic society of Indonesia, we have to face it. That's why many, if you research on many cases on the land conflict, the problem is because there is informal law in the form of the customary right or customary law, and then there is a formal law which is stated in the positive law. Which one is become the winner? Positively is a formal law, because when you go to court, they are not so. The informal law doesn't have any legal basis in the argument in the court. So next. Now the problem is in Asia, this instrumentalism that adat law or every dimension of informal should become the positive law first before the acknowledgement from the state. This kind of instrumentalism is not only exists in Indonesia, but also takes place in everywhere. And right now, because of that kind of instrumentalism, when the positive law is winning against the informal law, in our case is customary rights, so the erosion of the customary right has been evident right now. In Asian case, Indonesia, for example, many customary right has been abolished under the ownership. Ownership means you have a certificate, one company have certificate, and the others, the community doesn't have certificate, so the winners will be the one who have a certificate. It can be argued before the law, but it's very difficult to win against the ownership under the state. For example, in the case of Thailand also, it is the case of Asia. as customary occupation, yeah, we call it in Thailand chapchkon, which can be easily disregarded in the process of post-disaster. So it is just, okay, you have this, but we have also the state law. And also in many academic works in Japan, we Iriaken, as I said before in the first session, in the first my presentation, is also right now facing the abolishment, the losing of the area Iriaken or hak or rights to land use in Japan because of the rapid economic development. Yes. How we can give a solution in this matter? The first one is the court recognition. Yeah. It is happen in many Anglo-Saxon countries, but in Indonesia, because we have a tradition of the civil law countries, so the legislation recognition is very important in Indonesia. So if we want to protect the customary right, if we want to protect customary right, we should take it into the next step of the legislation making, not only given a status or codes of the informal law under the utopia that it is a constitutional right. So that is our in Indonesia case, and also in many Asian case, we should, if we want to make the future of the customary right is signing, so we have to push it to the legislation making. Otherwise, it just become a code of the informal law, and the fate or the future of the customary right will not be guaranteed. I think that's all, ladies and gentlemen, audience. My closing statement is that Indonesia and also Asian nation, the other Asian nation, has the informal law called customary law or adat law. In the state history, it is recognized but cannot be applicable. Even after now, it can be applicable when the need of political unity, for example, in Papua, in Aceh, in Jogja. But in many other regions, it is very difficult. And then the last one is that if we want to seriously take the informal law and other law in the next step, applicable in our nation, also in other, so there is no other way other than push it into the legislation making. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Rudy from University of Lampung, who delivered the presentation about customary law. It's very interesting, especially when we look about the formal law compares to customary law and how it also implemented not only in Indonesia, I mean several provinces in Indonesia, but some other countries in Asia. So I think we still have 5 minutes for discussions, Q&A session. For the participant who are in the ballroom right now or the participant who are in the online Zoom meeting, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand and we can give the microphone to you and you can start to ask the questions to Dr. Rudy. Is there any question? In the participant, okay, first, okay.
Cek. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Yuda Priyansyah from University of Gajah Mada. For Mr. Rudy, thank you for presentation. If we talk about customary law, I think we must to adjust about theory from Anthony Giddens. That is about structuration is duality about agent and structure. I think in the future the mandatory law is to be a dynamic and to be a modern. I think and my question is, what do you think about mandatory law if we connect to strukturasi theory with conduct agent and structure? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Pak Rudi, Dr. Rudi, maybe you want to answer first? Oh, we can collect the question. Okay. Any other participants who want to ask the questions, or maybe in the online Zoom meeting? Okay, please. Our head of committee. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mas Arif. Mr. Rudi clearly pointed out that there has been a conflict between customary law and national law, including here in Indonesia. So, including your own perspective, Mr. Rudi, what will be the solutions taken by the central government in Indonesia not to violate the human rights of the so-called indigenous people here in Indonesia? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Iwan. Okay, maybe only 2 questions. Yeah, so I will give it the microphone to Dr. Rudi to answer the questions.
From Mr. Bayu, yeah. Yudi, yeah. Thank you very much. It's very difficult question because I'm not a sociologist, but I think in my my research, yeah, I have been involved in many research in legal pluralism, and also I am also helping the Indonesian state or government to drafting some law on this customary right. The problem of our customary right is there is no homogen or the same pattern and how we recognize this customary right. For example, when we want to drafting or to protect the hak ulayat, there is very different in Minangkabau and hak ulayat in other regions. So this problem become a barrier for drafting or for making the legislation which is the mandatory law in Indonesia, because many expert has been and many drafter, for example, House of Representatives, is very difficult. They have no choice, and how we choose, for example, how we will regulate the hak ulayat or customary right, which is very different from Papua to Aceh. So I don't think I can answer your question from the theory of the structure like that. But in my experience on the research on this legal pluralism, the problem of our supporter of the adat has been, in my opinion, is in the utopia that the adat can be exist in all Indonesia without the legal instrument. It can be, in my opinion, also answering Mr. Theo, that we have to apply this asymmetric decentralization if we want to succeed in protecting the customary right. Asymmetric decentralization is given the autonomy of each region different. For example, Indonesia right now, especially actually is applying the asymmetric decentralization in some region. For example, in Aceh, Jogja, Papua, they give that is we call asymmetric decentralization. So the right of decentralization is different between the regions. So it can be a solution. However, how the political will to give the asymmetric decentralization become a mandatory law is supported by the government. That is Mr. Teo. Our difficulty on making the legislation on this customary right recognition. I'm sorry if it's not so clear for especially for Mr. Yudi, but that is my my answer.
Okay, so there is one question from the online chat Zoom. So I will throw to Dr. Rudy. The question coming from Rahayu. The question is, what is the important issue will matter when customary law to be legalized, and how it will affect to our social life? Thank you. So this is the question coming from Rahayu. Maybe, yeah. So what is the important issue will matter when customary law to be legalized, and how it will bring the impact to our social life?
Thank you very much. It's very interesting question, and it's very complicated to answer, but I will try to answer. The first one, positively, it can acknowledge the customary rights which has been exist from before the independence. For example, they have a land, for example, ownership, and then other matters. However, the problem of conflict will be arise if it is become a positive law when the customary rights will be politicized by some of the people. For example, they are claiming, okay, I'm a community, other community of A, and have a piece of land in B or in Masuji and many other things. When legalized, they will trying to make the politicization of this title, even the community, and then also in the also of the land itself. So that the potential conflict will arise when it legalized positively, because many community will think that it is time to claim our rights that is abandoned since long time ago, and it is legalized. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much for Dr. Rudy. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to Dr. Rudy. Thank you for a very fruitful discussion from the participants who are in the ballroom and also in the online chat Zoom. So the time is up for the Dr. Rudy. Right now, we will move on to Professor Yuka Kaneko from Kobe University. Prof. Yuka, is that in the online Zoom meeting right now? So Professor Yuka Kaneko is the professor at the Kobe University Center for Social System Innovations. She is active in the field of Asian comparative law as well as in the sociology of law. She is the author of several books, including Asian Crisis and Financial Law Reforms, Shinzansha in 2004, Law Reforms and Legal Development in Asia, and also Asian Law in Disaster Toward a Human-Centered Recovery in 2016. She graduated from University of Tokyo for Bachelor of Law, Master of Law from Georgetown University of Law School, and also Doctorate of Law, LLD at Kyushu University. So maybe I would like to convey my greetings to Professor Kaneko. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudy, for your presentation. Right now, we're still waiting for the fourth presenter, fourth distinguished speaker from Japan, Professor Yuka Kaneko. So since in the morning, we start with the presentation from Professor Beno, who deliver the presentation about in the field of the educations. And after that, continue with the Professor Miroslav, who are coming from the political science. And previously, we heard the presentation from Dr. Rudi from University of Lampung, our own university, who in the field of the law. And right now, we try to connect with the Professor Yuka Kaneko in Japan. Maybe I also need to check in the participants or in the Zoom meetings. Does the Professor Yuka Kaneko already join to our event right now? Okay, so the committee still try to contact and to make a connection with the Professor Yuka Kaneko. So I would like to give a break session. I mean, it's a break for 15 minutes. So for the all audience participants who are in the ballroom and in the online Zoom meeting, please don't go anywhere. We will come back in the 15 minutes later in order to hear the presentation of Professor Yuka Kaneko from Japan. So I would like to make a break for the 15 minutes. Thank you.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired of dancing time. Doesn't mean I lost my darling, where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking, you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Oh. on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go away. Go away. I'm torn with destiny. Fly to I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride. It's what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go away. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm torn with destiny. Fly to I fell where my demons dwell. My own little nightmare, I call it hell. Oh well, it's time to get back up. Climbing and climbing, I'm done with this ride. It's what I tell myself, so I could feel something else. Yeah, I guess I had my bad days, but it doesn't mean I lost my styling. Where were you when my heart was on the ground? I thought time would prove that you would stick around. I guess time stood still, a king without his crown. Now I'm breaking and you're faking, girl. You never made a sound. Away. I'm tired I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
In this ballroom. So unfortunately, due to the tight schedule, Professor Yuka Kaneko cannot attend and join to our plenary session. So unfortunately, she cannot join and give the presentations. On behalf of the committee, we do apologize for these inconvenience conditions and perhaps and hope that it not decrease the meaningful of this international conference. So I would like to also kindly remind to all the participants who will be the presenter for tomorrow. for tomorrow's schedule. We will start at 8 a.m. Jakarta time. So for those who will be the presenter, you can check your email, and the committee sent the virtual background, the rundown, and also book of abstract. You can check your paper and the room that you will join tomorrow morning. And tomorrow, for the registration, we will start at 7:30 until 8 a.m. Jakarta time. And after that, at 8 until 11:30 a.m. Jakarta time, the presentations will conducted into a different room in this floor. So make sure that you know your room, especially which issue or which topic that are mentioned on your paper, and you can see and you can check on the book of abstract. And the estimation of the presentation for each presenter is 7 minutes. And for discussion, because every room has one discussion, so he or she will give the feedback, response, and also ask the question regarding about your paper. So the total estimation of each presenter is 12 minutes. So please bring your own laptop, bring your own PPT, and all the presenter should use the English as they present the paper. So make sure that your PPT also in English. And after presentation, after parallel session tomorrow at 11:30 until 12 a.m. Jakarta time, they will be closing for the third ULICoSS. So that's the information that I can give it to the all participants, both in ballroom or also in the Zoom online meetings. I hope that all the participants who will become the presenter tomorrow can make a preparation for your PPT and make sure that all the belongings, all the stuffs that requirement for joining the presentation tomorrow is ready and well handled. So me as a moderator that moderate the sessions from morning until afternoon would like to say thank you so much for your actively participations during our session in the first day of the third ULICoSS. We are very sorry for any inconvenience and also problems, technical problem, or any things that makes the event will not run smoothly. But I hope that we will bring or give the best in the next year. Thank you so much. And before we close, for the first session, for the first day, I also want to invite all the participants who are in the ballroom for do the photo session. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow morning. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So for the ladies and gentlemen, you can come to the stage and we will have the photo sessions for all the participants and the committee. Okay, please. Ladies and gentlemen, you can come to the stage and we will start for photo sessions. You can make a queue in here. And please, the committee, you can ask the participants to make a guidance for photo session together for the first session, for the first day of the third ULICoSS. Photographer, are you ready for make a photo sessions? Okay. And thank you so much for the online